Good morning, everybody. I had really hoped to be doing a lot more coverage of the Alec Baldwin case, but got myself into a little trouble with YouTube. Didn't fully appreciate some of their rules, and I was trying to demonstrate some props that I had brought with me, and they killed my live stream and basically shut me out from live streaming for 24 hours. So I understand the rules now. My bad. I will say it had to do with displaying a firearm during a live stream. There are plenty of YouTube channels where I guess gun content is allowed, but it has to not be live. So that was the distinction I didn't understand previously, and I will abide by that now that I know. I will, however, just have to say that it seems like the rules get enforced rather sporadically. And what do I mean by that? Well, there's live stream coming from this courtroom, and it may not happen today, but at some point, the forensic firearms examiners will take the stand, as they did during Hannah Gutierrez's trial. And I fully expect that we will see the firearm that was actually used in this case that killed Helena Hutchins, and that the forensic examiners for the firearms will be handling that gun. And that's the issue. That's the issue that YouTube has is you cannot be handling, operating, touching, transporting live while you're streaming. Well, guess what? Court TV is live streaming this. Law and Crime is live streaming this trial, and they will be encountering a firearm that is being handled, which is technically against the rules. But I'll bet you money, YouTube will not shut those streams down. So it's a little bit hypocritical. I understand where they're coming from, though. If you really step back and think about it, which I did over the last 24 hours, I get it. When you're writing a rule, you don't want people doing things live on camera where my brain immediately goes to some young people posing with weapons, doing dangerous things with weapons. And what I was doing after I properly cleared the firearm and displayed it, I was showing the functionality of a Colt single action Army revolver because it's relevant. It's relevant to this case. It's relevant to the defense that Alec Baldwin and his lawyers have put forward. He still maintains that he didn't pull the trigger. And so far in the first 2 days of this trial, from some of the initial witnesses, it's also the opening statements, but also the state's first witnesses, we kind of have an idea of where the defense is going with this. And a lot of it is deflect and redirect, look over here, pay no attention to the fact that he was the guy with the gun in his hand that killed Helena Hutchins when he pulled the trigger. They're trying to say that there's no evidence that he brought the live ammo on set. Well, that's true. And there's no evidence that he loaded that live ammo into the gun. Well, that's also true. And that therefore he should somehow be absolved and not be held responsible for his actions. But the reality is, and we all know this, the reality is that the very guidelines that govern what goes on movie sets, the Screen Actors Guild safety bulletins, are very specific. They talk about not pointing a firearm at anyone or anything you're not willing to destroy. And had he not pointed the gun directly at Helena Hutchins and Joel Souza, then Helena would still be alive. And so you can say all day long that you had nothing to do with it and that it was someone else's responsibility to check the gun, but it sort of glosses over the fact that he was the one with the gun in his hand and he pointed it at a human being and he pulled the trigger, for which I think he should still be held liable. That's just my personal opinion. I know there are those who will disagree with me, and that's fine. So anyway, since I can't have a live firearm with me on a live stream from YouTube, I printed a picture. So I don't think this is testing the boundaries at all. I think a picture is a piece of paper. It can't hurt anybody, right? So it's a piece of paper. So the point I was trying to make is that the Pieta firearm that was in that previous stream that got taken down, or not, I didn't have the Pieta firearm, but the Pieta firearm involved in this case is a reproduction of a Colt single action Army. And what that means, if you're not into guns or you don't know revolvers, single action essentially means that in order to pull the trigger on a firearm, I got to do this reverse for camera. The hammer has to be manually cocked back every time, right? So you can't Excuse me. You can't just pull the trigger and then pull the trigger again. It doesn't work that way. It's one cocking of the hammer and one pull of the trigger. And so, um, there's a lot of debate about whether or not the tests that were performed by the FBI were valid, whether they needed to be done. And the reality is, things can mechanically go wrong inside of a weapon, particularly revolvers. They are very finicky, finely tuned instruments, and if they are not maintained well or if they are abused through improper handling, it's possible. It's entirely possible that something could go wrong inside of that weapon, and you can't tell from looking at it on the outside. So, what does that mean? Well, it, it means that when Alec Baldwin stands up and tells the world on an ABC News interview back in December of 2021 that he didn't pull the trigger and that it just went off, there's an obligation to determine whether or not that's true, because if it is true, it's exculpatory. It could prove his innocence. But if it's not true, and if the more likely, Occam's razor, what's more likely here? The more likely functionality is that he did indeed pull the hammer back, and that he did either drop it, or that he not drop the weapon, but drop the hammer, or he pulled the hammer back and he pulled the trigger. And a lot of the video footage some of it's already been entered into trial, some of it will still come in. We know that there were numerous times where, when he was drawing the weapon from a concealed holster under his outfit for his role as Harlan Rust on this movie set, as the gun came out, his finger was inside the trigger guard and on or near the trigger. And that's not how things are supposed to go. It may be good for Hollywood, it may be good for a movie, but it is not good for gun safety. And that's another important distinction that is being made between the state, the prosecution, and the defense. Is the defense would have us believe that movie sets are just that. It's fantasy, role-playing, make-believe, and that the rules of gun safety don't apply. That's what the defense is arguing. But the reality is, prop guns are real guns. This was not a rubber gun. This was a real gun that was loaded with what should have been dummy rounds, but in actuality, we know live rounds made it on the movie set and were loaded not only in that revolver, but were found in the bandoliers. One was in Alec Baldwin's bandolier. There was another actor on set who had one in his bandolier. So it's tragic. All of this is tragic, and it is indeed an accident. Nobody is arguing that Alec Baldwin intentionally killed Helena Hutchins. But in fact, accidents can be criminal. Okay, we see Mr. Baldwin entering the courtroom this morning. The jury is not expected to be here until 9:30 a.m. local time, so about another hour from now. There's going to be a hearing this morning, and that's why all the attorneys and the defendant are coming into the courtroom, and they'll be getting started shortly. I believe the hearing is going to be around testimony for one of today's witnesses, which is Hannah Gutierrez. Hannah was the armorer on the movie set Rust. She has already been tried and convicted. That happened earlier this year, back in March. She is serving an 18-month prison sentence in state jail. The judge entered a transfer order in advance of this trial, and she was moved from the state jail facility back to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's so that she is local and available and can be called to take the stand. Now, there was a lot of pre-trial stuff that went on about Hannah potentially testifying, and initially it was thought that because her appeal of her conviction was still ongoing, that she wasn't going to cooperate, wasn't going to take the stand, was going to plead the fifth. But the reality is, you can't plead the fifth except for things that will incriminate you and make you criminally culpable and chargeable. Well, she's already been convicted for her role in this. And the state is not seeking to bring any additional charges against Hannah Gutierrez related to this. So I think it's going to be extremely difficult for her to plead the fifth or to get on the stand and not answer questions. And I think that is some of what this hearing this morning is likely to try and flesh out. What is it we're going to hear? What kind of questions are both sides going to ask of her? What's out of bounds? What's off limits? What is it they cannot ask her versus what they can? So That's just a guess. They didn't. We knew there was going to be a hearing. The judge didn't really clarify, at least on the record where the public could hear, exactly what the nature of this hearing would be. But all reports seem to be indicating that Hannah will take the stand today. It's a little earlier than expected. I originally had guessed that she probably would be later in the trial. She would come up Monday or Tuesday of next week. But here we are on a Friday, and I think we're going to get to see Hannah take the stand. I don't know what to expect from her testimony. She didn't testify in her own trial. There were obviously a lot of her prior statements to law enforcement. Those recordings were brought in and played as part of her trial. So we know what she said to law enforcement on the day of the incident. There have been some phone recordings. Obviously, when you're in jail, every phone call is monitored and recorded. And it always amazes me that the things people will say over the phone while they're in jail, because all of that is fair game. So we know a little bit about where she stands on it, but I don't know if she's going to come out and want to help the prosecution, because this is the same special prosecutor, Carrie Morrissey, who tried and convicted Hannah, or if she's going to be favorable to the state and want to get her digs in at Alec Baldwin and what a jerk he was, and the fact that he didn't, pay attention during firearms training, and that he repeatedly, rushed things on set. Now, we know from a ruling in the motions in limine that happened the day before trial began, before jury selection began, I should say, that some of that is off limits. Alec cursing at people on set, or Alec rushing people on set, is not fair game, nor is it fair game for his role as a producer on this film. So he is being charged for his actions or inactions as an actor, but not as a producer on the film. A lot of people thought that was a blow for the state. I honestly don't think it matters, because he's responsible either way. It doesn't change the fact that the gun was in his hand and that he pointed it at a human being and pulled the trigger. And I would love to get some juicy details. I think the whole world is going to be watching this morning to see what Hannah can bring to the stand. So that's about all I have, is sort of a preamble. I'm going to go and sort of sit here quietly. I'm going to go full screen with the trial video as things come up. If I feel there's something important to interject, I will. I'm going to be here with you all morning, and it looks like things are getting settled in at the courtroom. Let's watch together.
Let us argue your motion.
Your Honor, just very briefly, first, given the nature of this, can Corporal Hancock step out of the room?
Oh, yes.
That's okay.
I'm intending to take testimony from her, but she can step out before I do that.
Sure.
Sure.
One thing that I just want to alert the court to, and I'm going to bring in a photograph that somebody sent to my office, and I'll come up to the lectern if that's okay.
Yes, I would think you would argue at the lectern.
Well, this is just a side issue that I've asked Mr. Nickus to address the court on the motion.
Okay,
this is
fine.
just a quick, and if it takes out of our time, it does. But, I get many sort of inbound emails that I don't obviously read everyone or take everyone seriously, but I got one last night that indicated that the cameras are catching Miss Morrissey signaling witnesses while they're on the witness stand. And, I really...
Did you look to see if that was true?
I was sent a photograph that concerned me, and I felt obligated, and like I said to the court, I try to not make these issues, this is a high-pressure case. I've been in many. There have been more issues in this case than I have ever seen in all of those cases combined. And so I'm sort of at a loss, but to bring it to the court's attention. So I've asked them to print me the photograph that was sent to me. I can't just continue to give the benefit of the doubt on every single thing that's occurred in this case. I just can't. And so I'll be turning that into the court. And I would just say, at every turn of this, right, it's from the original case. It was, I understand and very much respect the court's rulings on everything, frankly. And the grand jury, it survived, and there's no remedy. I get that. And You know, they destroyed the gun, and we have that hearing, and there's no remedy, and I get that. And it's just at a certain point, and the Brady disclosure.
I did give you a remedy, but okay.
Well,
I didn't give you the remedy you wanted, but yes.
fair enough. But one might say not a remedy given all of the circumstances that has a meaningful impact at this trial. And so, and then we had the Brady disclosures, and I could keep going, and I'm not going to because we've limited time. But there's just never been any. It's just, I don't know how much of it can happen without.
Okay, let's do this. Where's the picture?
I'm having somebody print it.
Okay, all right. I am aware of what you're saying, but we are, look, first I have to see the picture, okay? Now, let's go to the arguments of
Yes,
this.
sir.
Okay, and then you can, show me what you're talking about. And I did get it, so thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Since we did submit the written briefing, I will try to be brief, but I think it'd be helpful to build out some of the facts so Your Honor has the chronology of how this happened and has the factual pieces to understand the severity of what's happened.
Okay.
So on November 1st, 2021, shortly after the Rust incident, Seth Kenny's on the...
Just one moment. I need Faith to get me my notebook.
Of course.
My notebook. I brought it up yesterday. Might even be in my computer bag. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll take notes on this. All right, go ahead.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So November 1st, 2021, Seth Kenny is on a phone call with Corporal Hancock. At that point, we've heard about Seth Kenny's involvement in this, his effort to pry into what's going on with the prop card and the bullets. And so on that phone call, he's telling Corporal Hancock, then Detective Hancock, that he believes he knows where the live bullet came from. He dials in a guy named Teskey, who we heard about yesterday in testimony. Teskey gets on the line, and Seth says, "Tell Detective Hancock what you know." And he says, well, Fel Reed dropped off a batch of live ammunition at my business because I have a safer place to store it. And after that, Fel shows up, grabs some of the live ammunition, and leaves some behind. And that's what I know. And Seth says, well, that could be from the same batch that killed Helena Hutchins. Could be a match. He says, and it's Fel Reed, and it's Hannah Gutierrez Reed. That's the one who's responsible here, pushing it off on Gutierrez Reed as the source of the live ammunition, just as the state has done in this case. He says, thank you very much. He gets off the phone. Fel says, Teskey says, I'll take a picture. I'm not in front of my computer, not in front of my ammunition. I'll send it in an hour. He sends a picture of 4 bullets. Ms. Morrissey is going to hold that up to you and say, these are the 4 bullets you knew about this. That was from 2021. Detective Hancock does not preserve the other live ammunition that's at Teskey's property, even though he told her this could be from the live ammunition batch that matches the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins. 2 years later, November 2nd, 2023, there's a PTI of Teskey. Ms. Morrissey's asking questions, and she starts probing further into the live ammunition that Teskey had previously said was given to him by Fel Reed. And she says, do you still have some of that ammunition? He says, well, some of it, but I've been out shooting it over the last 2 years because Detective Hancock did not preserve it over that time period. Ms. Morrissey probes further. Where'd it come from? Tell me your story. He says, well, Fel dropped it off. He then picked some up, and he went with Seth Kenny to the 1883 Yellowstone movie, where he was teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. He then went to another movie with Seth Kenny, teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. And Seth Kenny then took a green ammo can with that live ammunition in it and brought it home with him. He says that could be the live ammunition from that green ammo can that killed Helena Hutchins. Ms. Morrissey says, I want you to preserve that. And do you think there's any evidence that this was sabotage? And he says, well, actually, Seth Kenny called me while Rust was shooting, telling me he wanted to get Hannah Gutierrez-Reed fired. But he didn't know how to do it because he was concerned about upsetting Fel Reed, significant armor in the business, as Your Honor knows. And so he says, I don't have evidence that there was sabotage, but that's what I know, and I still have this ammunition. As we know, Sarah Zachary, the one who threw the live bullets away, or bullets away, we don't know, live or not, threw bullets away after the incident on Rust, admitted that. Was on set, texting with Seth Kenny, angry with Hannah, on the license, excuse me, the ATF report for the Pieta that was involved in this accident. She was on set. They were close, we know that. And so Ms. Morrissey says, you hold on to that evidence and I'll come get it, in essence. She never does. November 2023. Fast forward to March 6, 2024. The end of Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trial. Teskey's in Santa Fe, sees what happens, shows up at the sheriff's office, as we heard from Ms. Popple, and delivers that live ammunition that Hancock had not preserved, that Ms. Morrissey had not collected, that he believed could be from the same batch, from that same green ammo can that we care about, that matched the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins. We heard, Your Honor, what Ms. Popple did with it. They buried it. I'd like to say charitably that it was under the pile of the 5501 information that they didn't disclose, but that's even too charitable because they put it under a different case with a different number. We asked March 26th, we want all of the ammunition from the Rust set that you've collected. April 16th, we show up for that viewing. We want all the live ammunition from the Rust set that you collected. It's not there. After Teskey had turned it in, after Ms. Popple had created the report, the supplemental report she said she created when she took this in and did not disclose to us, it was not there. Now, Your Honor, we don't know if it's a live ammunition match or not. But what we do know is the state had it, it's disclosable under Giglio, it's disclosable under 5501. And there's a case on point, Your Honor, State versus Allison, where a criminal defendant had been charged with conspiracy, aggravated assault, dishonest related crimes. And he had an arrest record in the prosecution's possession. He had a statement and an arrest record. It was not disclosed under 5501. The criminal defendant shows up at trial and testifies. He's a great guy, honest, no criminal record. The prosecution whips out his arrest record and his statement, disclosable under 5501, which it never disclosed, and said not true. Court breaks. Defendant says, you didn't disclose that under 5501. And the prosecution says, who cares? He's up on the stand lying. This would not have been favorable to him at all. And so, Judge, I want a continuance. Give them a continuance. That's their remedy. Come back tomorrow. I'll disclose everything. I'll make it all right. And then we'll continue. Trial court says, fine, I'll give you that continuance. Limited remedy. You'll have all the information. Do with it what you will. If it's negative, fine. If it's not, that's for you to use at trial. He's convicted. It gets appealed. It ends up in the Supreme Court of New Mexico. That decision was reversed. The continuance is not adequate in those circumstances. They're in the middle of trial. The defendant would have done things differently. The defendant would have opened differently, would have asked questions differently. Too much about where the source, in this case, of the live bullet came in before this was presented at trial. The court said it doesn't matter if the defendant knew or should have known of it. What we're talking about here is not the defendant's knowledge, not whether it matches, not whether his criminal arrest record would have hurt him or not. We're talking about the conduct of the prosecution. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, Your Honor. We're talking about a prosecution that didn't preserve those bullets, that didn't collect them at all, that didn't turn them over, that we already have a 5501 culpability finding with respect to the last set of information. And Your Honor, the bottom line is we've got 5501 violation, culpability, we don't need to show bad faith. We've got a Brady violation. We've got a Giglio violation. Your Honor, this is critical evidence in the case that was never disclosed to us. We heard Ms. Morrissey say, I'm going to have Detective Hancock come in and testify. We could have Ms. Popple testify. They could say it doesn't match, et cetera, et cetera. It does not matter. It did not matter in Allison. We were entitled to it. A continuance is not a sufficient remedy. This case should be dismissed, Your Honor. This is over and over and over and over again. And Your Honor, you've given them a fair chance. You said, grand jury, as Mr. Spiro said, you said, I'm going to give you a remedy on Trumbetta.
Okay, so this is very interesting. It's not what I expected to hear this morning, but
this is not the first time. It's not the second
the
time. It's not even
defense
the third time.
leading up to this trial has been very critical of the prosecution and the state and their behaviors and their actions and inactions. So hearing this again in mid-trial and now asking for yet another dismissal of the charges against Alec Baldwin, I guess doesn't surprise me, but I don't think it's going to sit well with this judge. We'll see.
I need to use the monitor. Your Honor, there have been absolutely no violations of our obligations as prosecutors. I want to walk you through everything that has occurred in this regard, everything that these defense attorneys knew well before today, and everything that was also disclosed to Ms. Gutierrez's counsel. So, what you can see from the transcript of Mr. Teskey's interview during the Gutierrez case prior to her trial is that Mr. Teskey is Thel Reed's close friend. And Mr. Teskey stores Mr. Reed's ammunition. And the reason that he stores it for Mr. Reed is because Mr. Reed lives in a single-wide mobile home that doesn't have a lot of security. And because he's a professional armorer, he has a bunch of guns and ammunition. Mr. Teskey is a retired police officer who has a whole bunch of security at his property. So Thel Reed has 300 rounds of live .45 caliber ammunition. And he and Seth Kinney are hired by the producers for the show 1883. Everything that I want you to know, Your Honor, everything that I'm telling the court, Mr. Bowles has this information, and these people have this information. So nothing I'm telling the court is new. So they get hired on this to do what's called a cowboy training on the set of 1883. So the cowboy training is where gun experts, that being Thel Reed and Seth Kinney, take the actors to shoot real guns with real ammunition so that they have a better idea of the recoil and how the gun is actually supposed to look and to help them with their acting techniques. In fact, the fact that production companies do this was actually something that Mr. Baldwin pointed out to Detective Hancock during his interview. He himself has done this with a production company. So when they're through with the cowboy training camp in Texas, they've got some rounds left over. And Seth Kinney says, I'm going to take these. And Thel Reed lets him take them. So, and let me back up. When they originally went to the cowboy training camp in Texas, they didn't take all of Thel's ammunition. They took a certain amount of it, and Thel left some in Troy Teskey's garage. All of this ammunition came from the same place. This was all from basically the same batch of ammunition that Thel Reed had, that he got from an ammunition manufacturer in Kingman, Arizona, named Joe Swanson. So they take 300 of his rounds, they go do the cowboy training camp. Seth Kinney then takes the leftover rounds back to PDQ. So then what happens is Mr. Bowles begins to tell Detective Hancock, hey, you need to go execute a search warrant at PDQ because there's this green ammo can that Seth Kinney took after the 1883 training camp. Hancock, to her credit, takes Mr. Bowles at his word. She gets a search warrant. She goes to PDQ. What Mr. Bowles said would be there was there, and you've seen pictures of it. There's a green ammo can, says 1883 live ammunition. They take it, they send it to the FBI for testing. Not only does it not look like the live rounds from Rust, but it has a different chemical composition. So at that point in time, Hancock has kind of realized, I think, that she's being led down this path by Mr. Bowles that's coming from Thel Reed. Thel Reed is trying to slough everything off on Seth Kinney. So I want to show you when Seth Kinney is with Detective Hancock, what Mr. Nickus was referring to. He reaches out to Teskey because he's there with Hancock, and he says, hey, send me a photo of the live rounds that you have left over, because I'm giving her the live rounds from my green can. I think he just gave her some of them. They hadn't executed the search warrant at that point in time. Teskey says, okay, and he sends to Seth Kinney, you can see November 1st, he sends him that photograph of the live rounds that are in his possession. When you look at that photograph, and I'll blow it up for you, you can tell these are not similar to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. Detective Hancock gets this information from Mr. Kinney. Ultimately, though, still goes ahead and executes her search warrant, as she should. I come into this case, I look at the ammunition that was taken from PDQ. I understand from the witnesses that the ammunition was sourced originally from Thel Reed. It was sourced from Hannah's dad. It's not a match. Not only is it not a match when you look at it, it's not a match when you send it to the FBI and you ask them to conduct chemical testing. So this is a wild goose chase. This has no evidentiary value whatsoever. This is simply a man trying to protect his daughter, and he's doing it by providing information that doesn't even match. He's trying to provide evidence that doesn't even match the evidence that was found at the scene. So then let's cut to November of 2023. We do a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey. Let me back up. Detective Hancock reached out when she got this photograph. She reached out to Mr. Teskey, and she'll testify to this. If you want her to testify under oath, I'm happy to have her do it. She reached out to Mr. Teskey and she said, hey, because you appear to be cooperative, can you just package that stuff up and mail it to me? Because he's in Arizona. He's not here in New Mexico. And he never does. He never sends it to her. She doesn't pursue it because on its face, it's not the same ammunition. Let's cut to November 2023. We're doing the pretrial interview of Troy Teskey, where he talks about the ammunition.
Somebody who's not familiar with ammunition might question, how can you just look at it and know it's not the same? She just got done talking about chemical makeup of the black powder or the smokeless powder that was in these rounds, and how that the others weren't similar in the FBI testing. So how can you just eliminate this by looking at it? Well, a variety of different ways.
So
First off,
this was never
there is
kept
the brass.
from
So
Gutierrez's
we know
lawyers.
that the brass
It
that was
was
on the
her
Rust
lawyers
movie
that were bringing it
shooting
to
was
us.
Starline brass.
So there was no issue there.
It is on
the
the
jury
head
was
stamp on the
completely
back of the
misled
bullet. There is
yesterday.
actually 2 stars with a little
So this
line between
pretrial
them.
interview
That's
that
the
takes
mark
place
for
in November
Starline brass.
2023
So maybe
is
they didn't have
uploaded
Starline
to
brass.
our Discovery
But more
server.
importantly, there's also the profile of the
And when
bullet.
it's uploaded to
And
the
bullets
server,
can be
Mr. Baldwin
round
hasn't been
nose,
indicted yet.
flat nose. They
And he
can
is
be
ultimately
wad cutters.
indicted.
They can be hollow
Everything that
points.
is on that server
They can be plated
taken
and
and put
jacketed
on
in
a
copper or
hard drive,
gold. They
and
can
then
also
sent
just be bare lead. So there's any number of
Here,
ways to look at around and easily
And
say,
certainly
yes,
Mr.
this is the
James
same
is
thing.
happy to
No, it's not.
testify
So
that it
let's
was
go back to
uploaded to the
Carrie
server.
Morrissey.
that he downloaded it onto that hard drive and he provided it to Mr. Baldwin's counsel. So the jury was misled again yesterday when Mr. Spiro indicated we had no idea about any of this. They've had it the entire time.
I don't want to hear about how the jury was misled. I just want to.
So when I have the pretrial interview with Troy Teskey, if the court wants to know the reason that we didn't actually get the ammunition from him is because I said, since he's out of state and we'd have to get another law enforcement agency basically to go pick it up and take it and send it to us, I said, have him send me a picture of it so that I can determine whether it has any evidentiary value and I can speak to my case agent about it. The photograph that was sent to me is the photograph in the middle. That is not the same ammunition. You can tell from looking at it. It has a different projectile shape. That's not the same projectile shape. That's not the same casing. This isn't a Starline brass casing. And it also has brass primers and not silver primers. So I decided, I agreed with Detective Hancock, this has no evidentiary value. We're not going to continue to go down this rabbit hole. I want the court to know that the photographs that I spoke to Detective Hancock about yesterday, where it does appear that Ms. Gutierrez has the live ammunition in her own hand that was taken a little more than a month after Ms. Hutchins died, those are on the right. So you can see the bottom photo, you can see the Starline brass casing, you can see the nickel primer, and then when you look up here, you can see the shape of the projectile. It's a spot-on match for the live rounds. There is absolutely nothing about the ammunition that Troy Teskey had that has any evidentiary value in the Gutierrez case. It has no evidentiary value in the Baldwin case. This feels like asking us to go to every sporting goods store, collect all of their .45 caliber ammunition, and send it off for testing. We're not required to do that. It simply doesn't have any evidentiary value, and the defense was aware of it. If the court, let me check my notes real quick. And another thing that's really important about the transcript of Mr. Teskey's pretrial interview is he does not say, this is the same ammunition that killed Helena Hutchins. He says, that's what Seth Kinney told me. Well, we've interviewed Seth Kinney countless times, and he's testified before Your Honor, and that is not what he says. He does not support that. So Mr. Teskey indicated during his pretrial interview that he had no personal knowledge of whether or not this ammunition had anything to do with what was happening on the set of Rust. That all came from Seth. We investigated Seth. We talked to Seth. The only way that this has, on the best of days, for this to be relevant information for even Ms. Gutierrez, it's not at all relevant to Mr. Baldwin. But even for Ms. Gutierrez, it has to actually have some exculpatory value. And you can tell from the pictures on the right, it doesn't. It doesn't have any exculpatory value. And I want the court to keep in mind, Hannah Gutierrez, when she was working on the set of The Old Way in August, before she came to New Mexico to work on the set of Rust, she sent Seth Kinney a text message. And in that text message, she said, "Is it okay with you if I shoot live rounds out of the set guns?" And Seth Kinney responded and said, "No, don't do that." In fact, what he says is, "It always ends in tears." It did this time. Hannah Gutierrez admits to law enforcement that she loaded the gun. She points out the box of dummy rounds that she was sourcing ammunition from. During her November interview, she holds up a picture of the exact same box and says, "I got this from my dad. My dad wanted me to show you the boxes of dummy rounds that we use." And it was a spot-on match. She actually indicated that she got the box of dummy rounds from her own father. None of this is exculpatory at all. This is the exact same batch of ammunition that has already been sent to the FBI and tested, because it all came from the same place. There's no reason for us to do it again. Thank you.
Your Honor, I don't know at this moment if the court is intending to take evidence or not, so.
She didn't call anybody.
Okay.
I can, if the court. if the
It
court
is
wants-
your presentation. I'm not going to tell you what to do
Yeah,
on your
so-
presentation.
I'll do it then. We'll take evidence. If my offer of proof isn't enough, I'm happy to put witnesses up.
I just wanted to say one thing to the court, which is just simply that Ms. Morrissey, in her presentation, didn't say one word, not one word.
Isn't this properly for Mr.
Well, I don't even
Because-
say that. Well, he was making a legal argument. If we're going to do an evidentiary hearing, there weren't going to be multiple lawyers involved. But so I would just simply point out that there wasn't one word about what was actually turned in. I don't know if the court realizes that. That was all about stuff that happened that.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Nikas.
I'll be very brief, Your Honor. If this evidence wasn't as important as we say it is, they would have turned it over. The fact that they concealed it, the fact that they put it under a separate document number, didn't disclose the supplemental report, didn't disclose the bullets, didn't bring them to the April 6th evidentiary viewing, if it was that irrelevant, it had no evidentiary value, it would have been there, Your Honor, number one. Number two, Ms. Morrissey does not get to determine what has evidentiary value and what doesn't. 5501 says it's required to be disclosed, period, full stop. And in fact, in the Allison case, it was not exculpatory. It was inculpatory. It was the defendant's own arrest record and his own lies to the state. And yet the fact that it was required to be disclosed under 5501 and the fact that it was not meant, period, full stop. We're not going to have a mini trial about this in the middle of the trial. That's exactly what the Supreme Court reversed the lower court for doing, what Ms. Morrissey is asking you to do. It didn't matter. It was inculpatory, but the trial would have been conducted differently. And because it would have been conducted differently, and that's exactly the truth here, this goes to credibility, it goes to the government's bias, improper motivation, and incompetence. I'm taking those exact words from the motion in limine ruling that Your Honor made. That goes into evidence. It's relevant to Popple's credibility, to Hancock's credibility. It relates to every single thing we've planned in this entire case, Your Honor. And right in the middle of it, Ms. Morrissey doesn't tell you what was actually turned in. She shows you a picture from 2021, a subset of the rounds that were turned in by Teskey, a subset. He said he shot a bunch of rounds in those 2 years. The picture was only of 4. This is critical evidence, Your Honor, and whether Seth Kenney is right or wrong, or how we debate whether he was involved or not involved, that's completely irrelevant, because what we know is we don't have those bullets, and they were required to be disclosed so we could put on the case that's fair. And that's exactly what Brady says, Your Honor. Brady says that the administration of justice requires fairness. That was the entire premise of the decision. Fairness, and that's all we've wanted from the beginning, Your Honor. And you've given them chance after chance after chance, and there are no more chances, Your Honor. Brady says it, Giglio says it, 5501 requires it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before I, and we can take testimony later. if you all want, but I'm going to require that the state, in fact, I'm going to order that the state by 11:30 this morning produce the supplemental report, the file itself, and anything in it, and also the rounds.
May I
that-
respond real
I'm
quick?
not finished.
Okay.
And the rounds that Ms. Popple took from Mr. Teskey.
I want the court to understand that last night, the defense reached out to Ms. Popple and said, we want you to bring the rounds to court tomorrow. And she got their message, and then they reached out to her again and said, no, never mind, we don't want you to bring the rounds to
Thank
court
you, Ms.
tomorrow.
Morrissey.
I
Thank
got
you,
them.
Ms. Morrissey.
I have them.
I don't, okay, where are they?
They're here, I'll go get her.
All right. Well, actually, I want testimony from Ms. Popple on how she retrieved those. So I don't need the box, tell her. I need Popple.
Okay, wow, this is wild. This is absolutely wild. Can't wait to hear this testimony that's coming in this morning in the hearing. But hey, just real quick, Carrie made a lot of the same arguments that I mentioned a few minutes ago in my commentary about different types of bullets and different types of brass. But just to highlight that point again, she said it wasn't Starline brass. These weren't a match. They had different primers. It wasn't relevant. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I can always be surprised. Maybe something is going to come out of Ms. Popple's testimony or any of these potential witnesses that are coming into the hearing. Let's see, what time is it? It is, oh gosh. So they told the jury to be there at 9:30 local time. That's only about 4 minutes from now, so we'll see what happens. Back to the trial.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talking to the microphone. I would like to read the report. May I see the report?
Yes.
Where is this box of evidence?
In the other room.
I'd like to see it. Do you need to do it, Martine? I need the box of evidence. Have you all inspected this?
No, we have not yet. No.
Well, how do we want to do it? I want to look at it.
I do too.
Well, do you want me to ask the questions first? I have some questions of this witness.
You can ask first if that's all
Can I open this, Martine? Anywhere? Like, not in the middle, but I mean up at the top? Oh. Anywhere's fine? Maybe you need gloves too. Do you have gloves? Can you get some additional? So anywhere, I can just cut into it. Okay.
There should be there's a separate
All right.
area.
I'm going to have you, this is unusual, but if you all don't mind, and if there's any objection, I'm going to have her step down, and when I ask her a question about which is which, she will put it out. Is that all right with everybody?
However you want to do it, Judge.
Okay,
Sure.
so I just need you to have some gloves. And we're gonna go right there. And you all can approach too, so you don't have to, I don't want you asking questions yet, but I do, can you move that thing? All right, please pull out the 3 Starline brass 45 Colt. This silver color. Do you need to record it? You have your report.
I have my report. You have that pair of scissors.
Oh, this is going to be so frustrating. We're not going to get to see all these rounds as they come out of the bag, but hopefully their verbal descriptions will be enough.
Let's do the 2 DHA 45 Colt with silver and color carbon.
I cannot believe this. We are dumping ammunition rounds out onto a table and then sorting them out because apparently there are different types in this bag of evidence. Crazy town. Like, never seen anything like this.
Those are the 2 BHA 45 Colt with silver and color primer.
Yes, Judge.
So let's speculate a little bit here. Other than the fact that this wasn't turned over, the argument the defense is making, and the state says it's not relevant, putting that conversation aside for a minute ago, what is this going to tell us? Let's assume for a moment that there is some round of ammunition in this batch that matches. It's Starline brass, it's a nickel-colored primer, and the bullet type is the same or similar to what was used to kill Helena Hutchins. It might lead us to the source of where the ammunition came from and how it got to the set. But it doesn't change everything else that happened downstream from that. In other words, it doesn't change the fact that it was there, that Hannah loaded it into the gun, and that Alec tragically pulled the trigger while he was pointing that gun at Helena Hutchins. I don't understand
That one?
why this sideshow is going on and what value it adds to the ultimate case. Maybe another prosecution, maybe if we found out that someone else, intentionally mixed these rounds into the dummies that were being sent to the set, okay, maybe there's someone else, an additional person beyond Dave Halls, beyond Hannah Gutierrez, beyond Alec Baldwin that could be criminally charged, but I don't think it in any way is going to absolve Alec Baldwin for his actions and what he did on that movie set.
Let me ask you this. Did Ziegler tested the rounds in the Hannah Gutierrez case, correct?
Yes.
He didn't test any further rounds after the Hannah Gutierrez case?
No.
Okay. In the Hannah Gutierrez case, can you point out what types he did test from here?
I'm uncertain what types he tested.
This is a witness testifying, Ms. Morrissey. Please stop.
We sent all of the...
All right, let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize any of these types of bullets to have been gathered on the Hannah Gutierrez, on the Rust set?
The Starline brass with silver primer are similar to what was collected on set.
And everything that was collected on set went to Ziegler?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions, but I'll certainly allow some cross-examination. I don't know if you want to be there with her or what.
If she could take the witness chair. What's the exhibit number? Good morning again. I'm just going to pass the witness up, because we're not fully set up, the copy of the spent shell casing that was recovered on the scene in Ruff. And you would agree with me, right, that it's the same as the bottom of the bullets that you just provided to the court?
Yes, it's Starline brass 45 Colt with a silver primer.
So when I asked you yesterday, didn't he turn in ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Ms. Hutchins? It's true that he did, correct?
And I did not recall at that time.
I understand that that's your position, but that's what in fact happened. Would you agree?
I would not use the word match without there being an additional analysis.
Well, who got to decide whether there would be additional analysis?
That was not myself.
It wasn't the defense, though, right? We didn't know about it.
I don't know what you were aware of.
Okay. Well, you know that we came to have an evidence viewing where we asked to see every single round that could be related to the Rust set, and this was hidden from us. You do know that.
This was not hidden.
This was not hidden?
This was under a case number. It was documented. I was instructed to document it under this case number.
Okay, so in this case that's under the Rust investigation case number, you would agree with me there's hundreds of things that you inventoried, right?
Yes.
There are hundreds of police reports that all relate to the same case number, right?
Yes.
The one thing that seems to have been put under a different case number is just this one discovery of the actual ammunition that matches the ammunition from the set of Rust.
This was put under a doc information of someone coming in claiming to have rounds that were not utilized in a case.
Okay, well, let's examine that for a second. When Seth Kenny comes into the precinct and he gives you ammunition, you vouchered it, right?
I was instructed to collect the ammunition from Seth Kenny.
Well, let me take a step back for a second just to make something clear. Investigator Popple, you're following orders, right, when you're doing these things, correct?
Can you please stop referring to me as investigator because it's creating a misnomer?
Okay, well, how would you, I apologize.
I'm a
not doing
crime
that.
scene technician. I'm not an investigator.
Okay, I'm only doing that because it's shorter than crime
Wow.
scene technique.
CST
Okay,
works.
so
Okay, CST Popple.
I think one of the questions that I've missed with regard to these additional rounds that have been turned into the police and the fact that they came in later, it sounded like they came in after the Hannah Gutierrez trial. So I can kind of see that. I mean, you wouldn't want to go back and pollute the original evidence that was collected as part of the Russ trial and the investigation months later when someone shows up and just happens to say, well, I think these are related. If you did that, people that are unrelated to a case could be bringing in evidence for months or years afterwards. So the fact that she logged this, she wrote a report, and the fact that it's not tied to the original case number doesn't seem particularly relevant to me, but let's tune back in.
Okay. A man named Troy Teskey, right?
Yes.
Who was a former police officer, right?
I believe he stated that, yes.
Okay. And I assume you all have the diligence to be able to confirm that, right?
I do not know if it was confirmed or not.
Okay. And he comes in and he also tells you he has evidence, right?
He told us 3 years later, after a trial, that he had evidence that the defense wanted him to use that he no longer wanted to hold on to.
Okay, let's break that down for a second, right? Mr. Teskey isn't involved in your meetings with the prosecutors and Corporal Hancock's meetings with the prosecutors up until the trial, was it?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so doesn't it make sense that he would have seen the trial on television, been completely outraged at what he was watching, not trusted law enforcement, and then walked it into the precinct? Doesn't that make sense?
I do not know what would make sense to Mr. Teskey.
Okay, didn't he in fact tell you, I don't trust Miss Morrissey and the prosecutors?
He did not state that to me.
He didn't on your oath? You're sure about that?
I do not recall him stating that.
So he turns this round in, and you, when he turns it in, obviously recognize it as Starline brass, nickel primer, Colt 45, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not as if he came in and just turned in a bunch of shells, right?
He did turn in a whole bunch of shells.
Okay. But he didn't just turn in shells, right?
He turned in multiple different 45 rounds.
I'll ask the question a third time. He didn't just turn in shells, did he?
He turned in multiple 45 rounds.
Including rounds that matched the round that struck Miss Hutchins, right?
Again, I wouldn't use the word match without further analysis.
And the reason that we don't have further analysis is you all didn't send this to the FBI for further analysis, did you?
We did not.
Right? Because if you had, it would have potentially proven the fact that all along this ammunition did come from Seth Kenney. Isn't that true?
What I was informed of by Mr. Teskey was that the
But
ammunition
what difference
originated
does
from
it
Joe
make?
Swanson.
And then went in the green
Police,
I do not
this is a
recall him
crazy line of
speaking about a
questioning.
green
I feel terrible for this
Okay, well,
witness
let me
that
ask
she's
you
having
this.
to endure this yet again.
The other thing that you're saying,
But it doesn't change the outcome. It doesn't change this trial. It doesn't change the charges that Alec Baldwin is facing. And
the same type.
let's be clear.
And then you've also
There are
stated
all
in your
kinds
testimony
of
that it's like, well,
cast
this is
bullets
Don
out
Troy
there
Teskey
of all
that just
shapes and
walks
sizes
into
and
the
weights. There are Starline brass is the number one brass that is used in reloading and hand loading ammunition. And primers are about a 50-50 split as to whether they're gold in color or nickel in color. Just because those three elements look
He
similar
stated that
doesn't
he
mean
had
it's the same
evidence the
thing.
defense had
And
wanted,
if we
and he no
already
longer
had the
wanted to hang
FBI
on to.
test the rounds
he
that were
was the one
collected,
using
the
the
live
word
rounds that were
evidence.
collected from the movie set, what difference does it make if we can find additional rounds somewhere else on the planet
You said to
now,
him when you met him
3
down
years
on the
later,
first floor of the
after
precinct,
the trial of Hannah Gutierrez-Reed?
you
What
were called
difference
because
does
you
it
were
make
the
to this
evidence-
case?
the person in charge of the
That's the
evidence.
question
Yes,
the judge has to decide.
Okay.
And by the way, I
And-
think
and
this
he
judge
said,
is excellent.
thank goodness
She
it's
is on
you.
top of her
You're the
game.
perfect person to
She
take
has
this
been
because
through
you know all about the
through
Russians.
Hannah's trial
And you said,
and all
"I
of
know all about the
the
Russians,"
hearings
right?
and everything that has
I don't
transpired up to this point. So I respect her. Whatever decision she
Okay.
makes,
And then he
I will
said-
respect that.
And then he said to you, this ammunition was in Seth Kenney's possession, and you said Seth Kenney's law enforcement is well aware of Mr. Kenney, right?
I don't recall that.
So you take this ammunition on March 6th, right?
Yes.
The standard operating procedure for the Santa Fe Police Department says you're supposed to make your report within 24 hours, right?
Correct.
Okay. So tell the court, did you make your report within 24 hours?
I'm fairly certain that our SOP is that evidence should be submitted within 24 hours. I'm not certain on when the reports are supposed to be submitted.
So do you want to take your answer back that you
Yes,
gave
I
a minute
do.
ago?
I apologize, yes.
Well, we can enter that SOP into evidence. In this case, many times, there are police reports that are done the same day that the incident occurs. Can you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. How much longer after this revelation did you do your report?
I believe it was, I apologize. I can refer to my report to refresh my memory. Oh, I have a copy. I believe it was the following month that the report was made.
Yeah, it was approximately a month later, right?
Yes.
Okay. What happened during that month? CST Papa.
To be fairly honest, I went out of town to visit my dying mother.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to hear that. Were you out of town that entire month?
I don't believe it was the entire month, no.
Okay. Who was involved in the word choice in this report?
Myself?
You didn't have any input? Because this doesn't look like the same language you use in the other reports.
Well, on a normal basis, I don't have conversations with people involved in cases.
Uh-huh. But there was also other officers there that were aware of this. Corporal Hancock was aware of this, correct?
She was notified about it, yes.
Okay, and so was your supervisor who was there with you, correct?
Yes.
So you're not telling me and this court that you had no input at all in the drafting of this document, are you?
It was reviewed by my supervisor. I don't believe any corrections were made to it or requested by him.
You know, it's just, there's a funny sentence in it. It says, it's a sentence I've never seen in a police report. You tell me if you've ever seen this in a police report in your entire career. It says, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SO detectives.
You are not reading my section of the report. You are reading what was written by Lieutenant Brian Brandel.
Ah, I was going to say, it doesn't look like you're writing. So the lieutenant writes in, thank you for clarifying that. I just got this report, as you know, right? The lieutenant writes in, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. Did I read that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. In your career, going back to when you were at CST in Florida, all the way through the present, have you ever seen such a sentence in a police report in your entire career?
Not that exact sentence, no.
Yeah, me neither.
Again, this is the defense making a mountain out of a molehill. It is, I mean, arguably the point they're trying to make by putting a sentence like that into a report is that it came years later. It wasn't part of what was gathered during the initial investigation. This is someone showing up on their doorstep going, here, please take these things from me. I don't want them anymore. And oh, by the way, they might be related to a case you previously worked on. That doesn't seem like an improper distinction.
That would be page 5.
After this occurred, did this cause you concern, CST Popple, that this was handled this way?
It did not.
And
feel
as I asked
really
you
bad for the
yesterday,
jury in this
you
case.
actually
They were
said
told to
when
show up
you
at
were
9:30. We're now 20 minutes past that time, and the judge really told them yesterday that she wanted to keep this on time so that the jury wasn't sitting around waiting, and that's exactly what's happening. All those jurors are sitting there going, "What
So-
the hell? Like, we're here on time, but you guys can't start on time." It's not a good look. I know it has to happen. I know this evidentiary hearing has to finish, but boy, I feel bad for the jurors.
Probably is the round that killed Ms. Hutchins. Would you agree with that those are probably the two most important pieces of evidence in this entire case?
I'm sorry, can you please restate your
Sure.
long question?
Sure. Would you agree with me that the two most critical items in this case from an evidentiary perspective were probably the firearm in question and the live ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
I would say the firearm and the live ammunition from the set.
Okay. And so the firearm, which we've had hearings, discussions about, was ultimately broken beyond repair by law enforcement, right?
Was broken by the FBI lab. Yes.
Okay. And the report that was issued by the experts for the prosecution about that firearm and whether or not it had been modified before was buried also by the prosecutors, correct?
I do not know about that report.
Okay, and then we can turn to this second most critical piece of evidence in this case. And this was also buried by law enforcement, correct?
No.
No, it wasn't. Okay. Were you in the precinct when the evidence viewing occurred with the defense? I think you said yesterday that your partner or your colleague dealt with the evidence viewing.
Yes, my colleague and Detective Hancock, I believe, were there.
But you didn't, nobody asked you to take this vouchered, sealed evidence out and show it to the defense, correct?
When the request was made, I believe they couldn't quite narrow down everything that they wanted to view. There was quite a bit.
Oh, so this was a narrowing down issue? The reason that this wasn't shown to the defense is a narrowing down issue?
No, I'm stating that they couldn't quite tell me in detail what they wanted to see.
The request from the defense of all ammunition was taken by law enforcement to not mean the ammunition that you recovered that matched the ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins?
I don't believe they looked at all the ammunition that day.
Well, no, but the request was all ammunition. So I'm asking you, did law enforcement interpret that request to not include this critical evidence?
All of the items that were pulled for the case were under the Rust case number.
Which was a perfect plan.
You're asking me if there was a plan?
Well, I'm saying, whether there was or there wasn't, it worked out pretty well, right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at. There was a request to view the evidence
Man,
from Rust.
He is
That
a
is the
smug
evidence that was
and
pulled.
arrogant lawyer, just about as arrogant as his client. That is crazy town. This was not a conspiracy by the cops
My
or the
report
prosecution.
states that
Wow.
Mr. Teskey believed that it was related to Rust, and then I listed the case number next to that.
Do you remember when we started my examination of you yesterday, how I sort of said to you, the way you know what evidence to find is by what people tell you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that when you're at a burglary and somebody says, oh, you better pick up that glove, you don't know that that person's telling the truth or not, but you pick up the glove, right?
Depending on the circumstances of the case, possibly.
And here, a retired member of law enforcement walks into the precinct who's known to law enforcement, who turns in the matching ammunition, who tells you it's involved in the case, where there's tons of corroboration, both by what he provides and the history that law enforcement knows about this man, and you put it under a different case number, right?
I'm sorry, what was your question in that long statement?
You put it under a different case number.
Yes, as I was instructed to do so.
Okay, so you need to, finish up so that Ms. Morrissey can cross-examine.
Yeah, I'm trying to review this in real time. So I will pass the witness. In a moment.
Of course you'll pass the witness, because you've just been giving this great
Well, I asked you
oratory,
yesterday, but I
as
won't
if
ask
this
you
was
again.
some sort of inflammatory
You told me
issue
to
that was
protect
harming
you
your
and write
client.
up a
There was
report
no harm.
because of how important this
There's
was.
no harm in
Very
any of this.
same
This
day.
is just
I
make-believe for
don't
the
recall
cameras.
stating the very same day.
Good luck, Mr.
I
Spyro,
don't deny it,
but
but I
time
don't
to head
recall.
back to New York for the
Nothing
weekend.
For the record, that was State's Exhibit 29 that showed the witness.
All right, are we going to admit the supplemental into evidence?
Please.
Well, somebody move it in. I started the conversation, but
Defend, is it a court exhibit or just Marcus defense? It's just,
I think it's, well, since I started it, are you okay with court's exhibit?
that's fine with me, and I think it gets confused.
However you want to handle it.
All right, court's exhibit what?
Come on.
All right, thank you. And it is, any objection?
No,
Any-
certainly not.
Go ahead.
If I can just pause for a moment and just address the court. Here's what I'm intending to do. Obviously, this is a serious dispositive matter. A full record needs to be laid. I have Mr. Kinney on his way over. He'll be here any minute. We intend to take testimony from him. I also intend to take testimony from Mr. Bowles.
Here's what we're going to
Judge, I have to make a record, though.
Well, just a minute.
Okay.
The issue is the disclosure, okay?
I understand.
All right, so,
That's why I want to call these people, is it goes to the heart of the disclosure. So all I'm asking the court for,
well, we don't have time for this, so I'm going to do, for example, like with Hancock, I'm going to have her get up on the stand and continue testifying about the case, and then this portion, just like you did with Popple yesterday, we will ask. You can call, move Seth Kenny up, you can move Seth Kenny up, but he's going to do all of his testimony if you're going to do that.
so here's the only thing I'm trying to do, and I don't mean to be frustrating. The only thing I'm trying to do is make sure that if this court grants this motion to dismiss, that I have made a full record, and I am entitled to do that. So I am getting my witnesses over here so that I can make a full record on this issue.
Well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday, you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response.
I never saw these. I've never seen these, and I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning.
All right.
I've never seen the report until
So
this morning.
ask questions of this witness, and then you can line up your witnesses, and I'll see. But we're going to go with Hancock after this.
Ms. Popple, I just presented to the court that I've never seen these until this morning. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
You've never shown me these, or I've never come in to see them. Is that right?
correct.
Have you ever provided me that doc report?
No, I have not.
Okay. So, do you know who Troy Teskey is?
No, I do not.
I think we took some testimony from you yesterday that he is the friend of Thelreed.
I believe that was stated, but I did not know that information.
Okay, so let me ask it this way. If Troy Teskey, who provided this ammunition, is a friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, and if these bullets,
I'd ask the prosecutor not to be touching those with her bare hands.
they rolled around for 3 years. Okay. If these bullets match the ones that were on the set of Rust, is that evidence, additional evidence, that Hannah Gutierrez provided the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
Yes,
And has she been convicted for that?
yes,
Is this evidence that Seth Kinney provided live ammunition to the set of Rust?
no,
So let me ask you, Ms. Popple, if you buried it, how did the defense attorneys know to cross-examine you on it yesterday?
I do not know.
Do you have any idea when the defense attorneys learned about this ammunition?
No, I do not.
Do you know who they learned it from?
No.
Those are some important inquiries. Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Popple, but we'd like to take additional testimony.
All right. I thought I had one more question.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Would it refresh your memory about whether or not you're supposed to write a report within 24 hours if you
I
looked at-
don't think that was in dispute. I think he,
All right.
all right, right? Never mind. Okay, so you're off the witness stand. We're gonna, do we want to leave these out or do we want to gather them up?
I think they need to be vouchered and kept, obviously.
Well, okay, well, so it'll be, Courts Exhibit 12? Is that how you want to do it?
Yeah, I think it should be a court exhibit, since this is a hearing, yes.
Okay, Court's 12. And my only question is, do you want them back in the, do you plan to examine anybody with these?
They have to be at the courthouse if we can, yes.
Well, she divided them all up is my only point. So is she going to keep coming back and dividing them up, or what are we going to do?
I think yesterday there was some testimony that I think was frankly just misleading, that none of the,
No, this is my question.
Yes,
You all, okay. What do you want to do with that? Because if you're asking a witness, then we're going to have to pile them out of there, and somebody's going to have to line them up and identify what's this, what's this, what's this, okay? So do you want them staying out like this, or do you want them in the bag? That's all, that's my question for the day.
I think they should remain vouchered, and they are open like any voucher would be at a trial, when and if a witness is questioned about them.
Okay, so here's my question. If I put them back in the bag, they're all going to be commingled, and you may not recognize them, so you can cross-examine appropriately or examine appropriately, okay? You're lay people. You have knowledge. I don't need to go into it. That's my only question. Want it in the bag, or do you want it out?
So what I would ask is, let us quickly just photograph it, and then we'll ask CST Popple to put them back and voucher them, but remain at the courthouse. That's what I would ask.
All right. Is that okay?
Absolutely. My question for the court is, are we going to complete this motion hearing?
No, we're not going to complete it yet. Okay? I'm going to.
And can you just give us an idea so that we can be prepared for how you intend to proceed with regard to the motion hearing?
I'm going to have Hancock come up. You're going to call Seth Kenny, and I would like, I don't know why we can't do Seth Kenny's testimony if he's coming. Did you call him as a witness?
Sure, he's being called as a witness.
Okay, well, you should be prepared to call him. So we're going to do both, and I'm going to hear both.
So we're going to hear from these witnesses outside the presence of the jury and then in front of the jury?
Oh, you're right about that. Thank you.
That's my issue.
Thank you for pointing that out. Well, other than telling the jury to leave for the and come back at 3, which I'm not going to do to them, I'm going to continue the testimony, and he would. Well, you said actually. I'm thinking why can't the jury hear this? They heard Popple.
I'm sorry?
They heard Popple.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not making a comment on whether or not the defense gets to bring this in front of the jury. I'm making a commentary on the jury doesn't hear our motion hearing, and I just want to
they're not
complete
going
the
to hear.
motion
Okay,
hearing.
I'm going to take evidence from each of these folks. Do you have? Is this a problem? So, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. So this is why I want to do it this way. Okay. I want Hancock on the stand. You can question her about this issue, okay? Seth Kenny comes, you're going to do all of his testimony, including this, okay? Bowles is separate. He wasn't going to be testifying, okay? And on Bowles' testimony, the jury will leave, okay? And anything further on this motion, the jury will leave. But I think that they can do Hancock and Kenny in front of the jury.
Can Mr. Spiro and I approach?
Sure.
Okay. Wow. So we're not going to conclude the motion hearing, but we're going to bring the jury in. We're going to take testimony from Hancock and Seth Kinney. Then we're going to let the jury go. And then if there are additional witnesses they want to bring on for the motion hearing, we're going to hear those, and then we'll get a decision. Yeah, this is exactly this is exactly the kind of problem that I foresaw and that was raised, quite frankly, during one of the pretrial hearings about, the defense was the one who raised it about the length of the state's witness list and their experts and how on earth we were going to get through all of this. Yeah, and it's proving out. It is proving out to be very difficult to get this trial done in the allotted time. So we'll see. And at this point, I have no clue whether or not we're going to get to Hannah Gutierrez. My guess is not, if today anyway, because if we're going to hear from these next two witnesses with the jury present and then send the jury on their way, they'd have to be present for Hannah's testimony to hear what she has to say. So I'm guessing it will then become a Monday issue for Hannah, but I'm going to stay tuned and keep watching. I hope you continue to listen along and feel free to drop a comment in the comments section and interact with me. I will be keeping an eye on that. Okay, they're about to bring in the jury, so let's get ready.
Tell Steve to bring the jury.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
After I call in the jury, this is on the record, I gotta tell court TV. After I call in the jury, I'm taking a bathroom break, and we're probably taking a break for a good 20 minutes or half an hour even, okay? Just wanna settle.
Are you bringing him in right now?
Yes, he's calling him in.
Okay.
Why would you bring in the jury just to call a bathroom break after they get there? I don't understand. Maybe she's just dying to let them know what they've been up to all morning since they're running so far behind. But I would be more frustrated if I were a juror brought in to sit down just to learn that, hey, I'm sorry things have been taking so long, but we need to take another break. So it'll be another 20 or 30 minutes on top of the waiting time you've already spent this morning. But it's her courtroom. She can run it how she chooses.
And we are off the record until we get back on the record with the jury. All right, you may be seated. We're on the record. Jury, thank you for coming in. I'm going to recess you for the day. I'm sorry. Trials are fluid. It's not something we predicted, okay? So if you all can return at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Monday. It's been a longer week than usual. Okay. So Monday, okay? So have a great weekend. Please don't talk among yourselves.
Oh my
or anyone
gosh.
else about the evidence
Okay,
being
that makes a
proceeded
little
in
more
court. Don't
sense.
read any accounts.
So
Don't
apparently
do
something must
research.
have been
Don't go
decided
to
at that
Google, et
sidebar
cetera,
when
et
the
cetera.
attorneys came up
Okay?
that was
Thank you so
different
much
than
for
what
your
she
patience. Appreciate
previously indicated. So it sounds like they're going to go ahead and finish out this motion hearing and take all the evidence and come to a ruling on it, which is likely going to take the rest of the day, which means jury's going home, which means we're not going to hear any other witness testimony that's related to the trial itself, only this motion hearing, which means definitely no Hannah Gutierrez today. It'll be Monday or Tuesday next week, which is what I originally predicted. So I feel a little bit vindicated about that, although I would have never guessed this was the reason why we would be in this situation. So let's tune in and see where they're going next.
Pablo, gather this while we're on break?
We're just going to photograph it as she
All right, and then can she gather it on break?
Sure, is she, where?
Well, she needs to stay in the courthouse or be close by. Okay, thank you. We are in recess.
Okay, so court's at recess. It is 10:15 a.m. Mountain Time. Usually these recesses, they say 20, 30 minutes, and it usually goes a little longer. So we've probably got about a 30-minute break here, I would guess, at least. So I'm just going to let the court stream run, and I'll be back here with you in a half hour tuning in and checking in to see what's going on. Thanks for being here. Okay, I'm back with you. Court has been on recess for about a half hour now. We're still waiting for them to come back. But in case you missed this morning, the jury has been sent home. They started an evidentiary hearing about some additional materials that showed up very late, 3 years after this event, after the Hannah Gutierrez trial. Somebody showed up and turned in some ammo, and the defense is mad that this wasn't handed over to them, even though it apparently should have absolutely no bearing on this case and the outcome of this case and the charges in this case. They're making a mountain out of a molehill. All of their pretrial motions to dismiss and have this case against Alec Baldwin were denied by the judge, and this is yet another step in the middle of this trial to try and somehow toss the whole thing out. I don't think that's going to happen, but you never know. There's going to be more testimony from additional witnesses in this evidentiary hearing outside of the presence of the jury today. And since the jury has gone home, there will not be any additional witnesses testifying in the primary portion of the trial, which means Hannah Gutierrez, as well as other witnesses for the state, will be coming up next week when the jury returns Monday morning at 8:30 local time in Santa Fe. So until then, I will just sit here quietly and we will wait for the court to resume. Thanks for coming along. Okay, looks like we're finally getting ready to resume after everybody's had their bathroom break and their coffee. Interestingly enough, sorry, I thought the audio was coming back on there. Interestingly enough, the Court TV feed is always slightly behind the Law and Crime Network feed. I don't know why. It's always been that way. It's not significantly behind, but I can kind of get a preview of what's coming if I keep the live stream from Law and Crime up on the side. So let's just listen in as they resume this evidentiary hearing.
All right. Call another witness. We're in the motion hearing.
Detective Hancock.
Your Honor, just give me, I can do it after Detective Hancock.
What?
We may approach very quickly.
Yes.
No sooner than we're back on the record, but another sidebar. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Delay, delay, delay is the name of this game. Dragging things out. Just absolutely crushing the timeline and the schedule for this trial that the court had set. So, I don't know. I'm still not sure how they're going to get through all of this in 8 days. We are on day 3, and there were only supposed to be 8 days, so go figure. Okay, longest sidebar in history, so I decided I'd come in here and talk. I'm not a lawyer, never professed to be one. I understand the purpose of a sidebar in a courtroom when there's a jury present and you want to have arguments heard before the judge that are out of earshot of the jury, but I don't understand why, when we're in an evidentiary hearing that the jury is not privy to, it is necessary for the lawyers to approach the bench. It feels, as a non-attorney, it feels like all of this is to preclude the public who is in the courtroom, as well as those of us watching online, from being able to see the inner workings of what's happening here. It's not prejudicial in any way to the defendant or to this case to have that information out there, but yet, apparently, there are things we're not allowed to hear. And this poor woman with the earring that is pierced through the upper portion of her left ear. God bless her. I bet she has no idea that her ears are sticking out of her hair in this terrible camera shot. I feel bad for her, but okay, maybe that we will get to the end of this sidebar sooner rather than later. Until then, we keep waiting. I feel like I need the Jeopardy music to queue up on a loop every time they go to sidebar. I really have no idea what shenanigans are going on here. The defense lawyers have walked to the back of the courtroom. They're sort of in the ante room just outside those doors. The judge doesn't seem particularly annoyed, and the prosecution is just sitting there chatting amongst themselves. I mean, we're just really wasting time. We're wasting valuable time. Maybe they're trying to secure a witness or wait for someone to arrive. I don't understand what's going on here. And the sidebar continues. Folks, I wish I had some clue what was happening here, but I can't even begin to tell you. I'm trying to see if I can get a glimpse of who some of these people are that are out in the lobby outside of the courtroom. I'm sure they're witnesses that are, at least some of them are witnesses that are being queued up to testify, but meanwhile, Mr. Spyro and Miss Morrissey are still there going at it with the judge. Just chatting away. So, and if anybody knows, I've had a question and I've tried to Google it. Maybe I don't have the right search terminology, but obviously, in addition to Alec Baldwin's wife, we'll call her Hillary since that's her given name. She is not Spanish or from Spain, despite the fact that she wants to be called Hilaria. But anyway, she's there, and so is Alec's brother, Stephen Baldwin. And what I'm trying to figure out, and I don't mean any disrespect, is he has some sort of device that it goes in his ears, left and right, and then drapes down in front of him to another little device that just sort of sits there. I don't know if it's a medical device or if it's a listening device, like some kind of hearing supplement, or maybe it's some kind of portable oxygen generator. I don't know. Or maybe it has nothing to do with medical at all. Maybe it's entirely entirely something he just chooses to use. Maybe he's listening to something else while the trial's going on. No clue. But again, no disrespect at all. I certainly am not going to poke fun at anybody for any device they need for an assistive device, whether it's medical or otherwise. I'm just curious what that thing is so that I can be more educated. I like to know things so that if I encounter them in my lifetime with other people, I will know what's going on. So if anybody knows, put it in the comments. Love to hear about it. So the defense just wielded in 3 more boxes of files. As an IT professional, during my working career, and I worked in the support of the legal industry, I am still shocked at how much is done with paper in 2024. I realize it's convenient and you can take things with you up to the stand, but I do appreciate lawyers who embrace technology and learn to go paperless and realize the benefit in being able to readily put your hands on electronic data just as easily as you can paper data. I think they're more effective, and but as this court and several other courts I've seen recently remind me that there is a very steep learning curve to get used to all the technology in a courtroom. And I think sometimes people just feel like there's less of a chance of a problem. If everything's in paper form, you're not going to have a problem that prevents you from getting to your data as long as you can physically touch the paper. So maybe that's why they're more comfortable with it. I don't know. But the audiovisual and the technology and being able to publish content for the testifying witness or for the jury or for the judge, it really doesn't seem like it should be that hard, but the lawyers in this case have struggled with it. So it looks like we're getting ready to start again. Or maybe we're just going back for another sidebar. So just another quick recap. The motion evidentiary hearing that started this morning ran long, and the judge ultimately called the jury in later. I mean, it was already a late start, but later than they had originally planned, and the jury was sent home. So we then took a 30-minute or slightly longer break. By the way, that's the Santa Fe detective Hancock, who is going to be testifying next, I believe, in this evidentiary hearing, or at least that's what the judge indicated. But anyway, so the jury went home. We took a half-hour recess. Everybody could go to the bathroom. We've now been back for almost a half hour, and nothing has happened. There's just been sidebar after sidebar, people walking in and out of the courtroom, boxes coming in. The judge all along said she did not want a trial within a trial, and that is exactly what we have right here. This entire day is going to be wasted on this ridiculous topic about bullets that were turned in 3 years after this incident happened and after Hannah Gutierrez's trial happened, and whether or not those bullets that were turned in late were ever produced or the defense was made aware of their existence. And for that matter, the state did not know. The prosecutor, Carrie Morrissey, admitted, she said, I've never seen this report. I've never seen this evidence. So if both sides haven't seen it, and it wouldn't fundamentally change the outcome of the case, I really don't know why it's worth wasting an entire day on in court. But here we are. It's what's happening. Okay, call me crazy, but this almost seems like they're adjourning. Everyone rose, and since the jury's not present, the only time. In this case, I can't agree to get the exit sign. So they're taking another little break. Yep, just confirmed on the other network. They're taking another break. So guess we're not done for today, but I don't know how long this break's going to be. Sorry, folks. I wish this stream were more entertaining, but I can't control the live content coming out of the courthouse in Santa Fe, so we will stand by and wait to see what comes of it. This break started at 11:21 a.m. local time in Santa Fe.
Turn to the jury. Caution them. Okay, all right, there you go, 1 o'clock, bye.
All rise.
All right, folks, we're still on lunch break for the court in Santa Fe. It's probably another 20 minutes or so until they get back up and going. So, rather than this has been a really long, boring stream, unfortunately, due to the events of the day. The evidentiary hearing is going to go on for the remainder of the afternoon. Hopefully, it will be more entertaining than all the sidebars and breaks and things that have happened. So, rather than making this one massive stream, I'm going to go ahead and end this one now, and I will start another one again in about 20 minutes, and we'll have kind of a two-parter for today, the morning and the afternoon session. So, thanks for coming along. It's been really interesting, and don't fret. I'll be back here in 20 minutes with a new live stream. You're welcome to join in, and we'll watch along together. Thanks. Bye-bye.